before you just didn't even have to auction.
No.
Yeah.
Or if you just have that technology.
Yeah.
Now it came to me, exactly. I do. I find my old.
Awesome. Maybe she could sit on. Big one, right?
I wouldn't even try because I don't want.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it made sense.
Yeah.
And I've got all kinds of fun now. We're in the Bay Area.
Oh, it opened up.
And only possible. But second,
Yeah.
Still there.
Yeah, I'm doing
I have it for you. 5.1 from the 28th agenda. Full agenda.
Thank you very much. Stole okay, I got the information. Welcome, everyone. Call this meeting for June 11th, 2024, the meeting of council to order at 4:02 p.m. This meeting will be held in a hybrid manner where members of council, staff, and the public can participate electronically. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be available on the township website. Notice is hereby provided that under the authority of the Municipal Act 2001 and in accordance with Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, that all information attained is considered part of the public record. All rules apply to the meeting as if everyone was attending in person, and if there is a problem with the technology impacting the proceedings of the meeting may be recessed. So before the national anthem, we have an item 1.1 for waiving of the procedural bylaw so that we can start our closed session at 4 p.m. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, your worship, I move that council waive section 5.2C of the procedural bylaw to permit a closed session to begin at 4 p.m. on the day of a regular council meeting.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Willis. Any comments? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. And now, if everyone could rise for the national anthem.
We acknowledge that we are being hosted on ancestral lands of the Haudenosaunee, Mississauga, and Omama people. We acknowledge and welcome the presence of all Indigenous people, including the Métis, Inuit, and other First Nations from across this vast land who makes this place home. The lands we are on today are recognized in the Douro Wampum, Dish with One Spoon Treaty, Treaty 27, and the Crawford Purchase. So the next item up is confirmation of agenda, and there's been nothing added or amended to the agenda, so could we have a mover for the recommendation and provide the recommendation? Deputy Mayor,
I move that the agenda of the June 11th meeting 2024 of council be confirmed as circulated.
so moved, seconded by Councillor Willis. Any comments? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Declaration of community interest, the general nature thereof. Are there any declarations for this evening's open session? Being none, I will just publicly declare that at the last meeting on May 28th, I did declare a conflict of interest for item 5.1 in closed session as it was to deal with my employer. And we have a motion to move into closed session. Could I have a mover? Deputy Mayor?
Through you, your worship, I move that council now move into closed session to consider advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, zoning bylaw enforcement, labor relations or employee negotiations, staffing in the emergency services department, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, lease of a property owned by the municipality, and for personal matters about an identifiable individual, 2024 civic awards pursuant to section 239(2) F, D, C, and B of the Municipal Act.
You so moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Parks. Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Okay. Welcome, everyone. We'll reconvene the meeting. The meeting actually started at 4 PM and we've been in closed session dealing with some items since then. So we are to the point of rise and report coming out of the closed session meeting. And I would like to provide the following, that council met in closed session and received advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding zoning bylaw enforcement. And we received information and provided direction regarding labor relations and employee negotiations for staffing within the Emergency Services Department. And out of closed session, there were two motions that are going to be brought forward into open session. And they will be coming up on the screen momentarily. So the first motion is on the screen and I would look to the deputy. Would you like to make the motion?
Through you, your worship, I move that the report from the Emergency Services Department dated June 11th, 2024, Bath Fire Hall Tower lease with Shared Tower Inc. be received. And two, that council approve the lease agreement and license agreement with Shared Tower Inc. in the general form and content as attached, 2 and 3 respectively. And 3, council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the lease agreement and license agreement once finalized to the satisfaction of the CAO.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Willis? Any comments? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. And the second motion will be coming up shortly. Okay. And with it on the screen now, do I have a mover to bring this forward into open session? Councillor Willis, do you mind reading it?
I move that the report from the Community and Customer Services Department, Heritage, Culture, and Tourism Division dated June 11th, 2024, regarding 2024 Civic Awards be received, and that council direct staff to inform the selected individuals of their 2024 Civic Awards.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Budrick. Final comments? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. And just before we go on to presentations, I'll just say that we are missing one council member. Councillor Ennis did send his regrets for this evening's meeting and will not be attending. And for those that, I think everybody can see it on one of the screens, we do have a council member signed in virtually, Councillor Prodrick. So he's participating within the meeting, but he's just doing it virtually. And I just remind Councillor Prodrick, if I miss looking at the screen to find your hand up, feel free to speak up. It's happened once or twice, So with that, we'll move on to presentations. Paul Osborne, Superintendent, Community Paramedicine, is here to provide a presentation on the County of Lennox and Addington Community Paramedics. Welcome to our meeting.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. It's my pleasure to be here to speak to you and present to the Community Paramedic Program and follow up with any questions through Your Worship afterwards.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. So the Community Paramedic Program is a unique program within Lennox and Addington County Emergency Services, so the paramedic services, that is outside the normal scope of what we would think a paramedic does. So in 2020, the county went into an agreement with the Ontario Health to create a high-intensity supports at home program, or the Community Paramedic Program. The original program consisted of 2 staff, so 1 FTE split between 2 people. We're not really moving forward here. There we go. So what are community paramedics? We're collaborative healthcare providers and community partners. We're delivering healthcare in non-traditional roles for paramedics, generally speaking, in patients' homes where they want to be. We have, obviously, later in the slides, we're working into some outreach in transitional housing encampments and in more rural environments as well. So we're keeping families in their home, enhancing healthcare system capacity, alleviate the strain on the healthcare system. So the buzzword from Ontario Health is capacity and access and flow. So we're increasing the capacity of the healthcare system with the demands that are on it right now. We're increasing the access that normally people would not have to the healthcare system. And we're helping with the flow and the strain, generally speaking, in the healthcare, in the long-term care environment by decreasing the entries or slowing down the entries into long-term care. We've adopted the quintuple aim for the desired healthcare for healthcare teams in Ontario. So we're improving the person and caregiver experience. So that's the person that's in the home, and the caregiver is the person that's in the home helping them. So we're there supporting the client, but also the whole family as a holistic in the whole package. Improving population health. So we're improving the population health by our vaccination programs, our outreach programs, the programs that we're providing in the home. We're enhancing healthcare equity. So we're bringing that healthcare, mostly primary care healthcare, into areas where you would normally have to leave from. So your home or such as Amherst Island and helping out on those remote areas. Improved provider experience. So we're alleviating a bit of a strain on the family health teams and their abilities to reach more people. So there are only so many slots for appointments per day. So we're helping bring that family health care into somebody's home by getting those referrals from family health teams to provide that care for them in their homes. Improving value. So the cost for a long-term care bed is roughly $1,400 a day. ALC, which is alternative level of care in a hospital, is roughly $1,300 a day. And we know emergency care is very expensive as well. So the last report we had from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care in Toronto was that for each client that community paramedics are serving in the province of Ontario is $8.40 a day, based on the caseload that we're working. So we're improving the value for the community. So generally, when you have somebody come into your home, you've come on board with home and community care. Home and community care has put the tender for your care out to a provider. Those providers deal with minutes of care and are looking at their minutes of care that they've been contracted to do. Community paramedics are provincially funded, 100% provincially funded. So we look at the whole picture. So we're looking at the social determinants of health along with the normal healthcare issues that are going on in there. And we're bringing along with us social workers and other providers that we have on our team to help out with all of these other things that it can affect your health and your ability to stay in your home. As I said, the program started in January 2020 under the High Intensity Supports at Home program. At that time, we had no physician oversight, so we were basically a BLS, meaning we could only do some basic life support things, and that was it. Through our partnership with Public Health, we were put on point for the COVID response and vaccinations, as well as swabbing clinics, and we worked on a collaboration with the palliative care teams. In 2021, we expanded into the CP, or Community Paramedic Long-Term Care Expansion Program. So we increased which increased our funding, which increased our staffing. So the program broadened to point of care urinalysis, blood analysis, remote patient monitoring, and the ability to do in-home blood draws. We also enlisted at that time 2 physicians to enhance the scope of practice of the paramedics so that we can provide those other services in the home. Our funding is sourced through 2 distinct funding lines, which is Community Paramedic Long-Term Care Funding, which is administered by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and the Ministry of Health Expansion, or HISH funding, which is managed through the Ontario Health. Community paramedics, as I stated, are normal paramedics, 911 paramedics that we've taken off the road and provided additional training so we can do the enhanced scope of practice with them. So they take the Community Paramedic Foundations program, the practitioner program, We partnered with Public Health, so we follow their public health guidelines and training. They receive training in point of care testing, phlebotomy, and palliative approaches program. We receive our referrals to our program. It used to be by fax. Believe it or not, still this day is fax. So we have two referral pathways that we currently have now. We have fax available for family health teams and other providers that don't have access to digital, our digital platform. So we do have a digital platform that is communityparamedics.ca. And if you go onto that platform, you can simply plug in the address for the person that you're looking to seek help for, and it will automatically send your referral to the paramedic service that services that area. So it doesn't matter. So in the East region, if you plug in for a loved one in Peterborough, you will get Peterborough's form, Peterborough will receive it. So it's just a centralized collection point that distributes those things. And our referrals generally, our majority of our referrals come for home and community care support services Southeast. We have local family health teams. 911 paramedics do provide us with referrals for frequent 911 users to intervene there to get that 911 diversion and ER diversions. Hospitals refer to us on their discharge. Police routinely do refer to us now. Addictions and mental health team, public health, and now we have public as well. So when you go onto that communityparamedics.ca, there is a public referral form or a self-referral form on there. Our staffing levels, I just need to update this slide. So we have 4 full-time positions under the CPLTC program. We just transitioned our 2 temporary full-time staff into full-time staff. We have myself as 1 full-time superintendent, and we are currently hiring a 1 administrative position for the program. So with outreach, we kind of look at the needs of the community, and the plasticity of the program is that we can adapt quickly and adapt to the community needs. So we saw a need on Amherst Island to provide a clinic there for monthly clinics for medical assessments, vital signs, blood draws, vaccinations. And at the time of this, which was the end of fiscal year last year, we had reached 207 individual visits. I need to correct that, not clients on the island. So 207 visits on the island to that clinic. And it's well received. We think it goes well, and we're having one tomorrow, and we'll see our staff there. We have partnered with Palace, so Prince Edward Lennox and Addington Social Services, and we're providing weekly clinics at a transitional housing complex within Greater Napanee. And this is our community outreach for harm reduction, opioid reduction, opioid education, naloxone kit distribution, and just general wellness of the people within the transitional housing complexes. We do have clients that are in encampments that we go out around the community and see as well for their healthcare needs. So what are our partners and clients saying? So here's a nice one from Ida on the island. Andy Shelley from the island again. Mobile Crisis Response Team. So they are embedded with the Ontario Provincial Police in Napanee. We do a lot of outreach programs with them, referring clients back and forth. And this is a client within the county. Moving forward. One of our newest endeavors that's coming up is we will be moving currently our staff are temporarily located in the Palace building right across the road from our building at 95 Events Ave. In a boardroom. We have partnered with OH, and Dr. Kim Morrison has helped us with this to be moving into the Lenadco complex. So what that does for us is it embeds us with our partners. So we'll be embedded with family health teams, with our partners Life Labs, who we do the blood draws for, and many of home and community cares in that building. The pharmacy that we use for our extended pharmacy protocols is in that building. So it's going to be a great integration for us. Through your worship, do you have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I'll look at for council. Are there any questions or comments? And this evening? Seeing none, I would just like to make a couple of comments. First off, we're very grateful for the paramedicine program within the county. I've received many accolades from our residents and outside this township, but within the county as well. How beneficial it is, how comfortable they are because they're in their own home when they're being taken care of. And to many of them, that provides a great comfort. And they've always said, when you come into the home, it's like families coming in to help them. And I think that that's the highest praise that probably can be given when you're going into someone's home to help them. And I mean, as you mentioned, one of the other side effects is it's keeping them out of the emergency room, in their home longer and very comfortable and living a very full life. And that is very, very significant for our residents. So I just wanted to relay those comments that I've received as well, on top of all the others. And some of them on there, when you've received praise, they mean what they say. I know that for sure. So that's great. So with that, if there's no further comments, I take a motion. Councillor Prodrick, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to move the motion.
Move a motion to receive?
Yeah.
Do you want to read
Yeah,
out
I got
the
it
full
here.
motion if you have it there?
That the presentation of Paul Osborne, Superintendent, Community Paramedicine on the County of Lennox and Addington Community Paramedics be received.
So moved, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Any final comments from council? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you. Pardon me? Thank you so much. Now we are on to the statutory public meeting. We have some staff members coming forward. And I believe the planning supervisor, do you have a presentation this evening?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, just a brief overview of the application. So the zoning amendment application, it proposes site-specific provisions in support of the addition of the aquatic facility at the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center. Specifically, the application is proposing a reduction in the amount and size of parking spaces for general and accessible spaces. A traffic brief, which included a parking review, was conducted and found that the proposed 300 parking spaces will appropriately serve the facility and that the proposed number and size of accessible parking spaces complies with the provincial AODA standards. Similarly, the application is seeking relief on the size of drive aisles between parking spaces. The traffic brief reviewed the circulation of the site and found that the proposed layout allowed for a safe circulation. Lastly, the application is also seeking permission to allow for outdoor accessory storage. Staff believe this request is appropriate as the proposed bylaw limits the size and requires the storage to be appropriately buffered from neighboring uses. Lastly, the application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms with the local official plans. Therefore, staff are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have a recommendation before us. Does someone want to put it on the floor so we can have a discussion? Councillor Budrick. Sorry. Yes.
This is an opportunity for members of council to hear comments from the members of the public.
Thank you. You've just seen that it takes a village to keep me running. So first off, council, any questions or comments for staff as while they're here? Seeing none. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I will go to the virtual audience. If there's anyone in the virtual audience who wishes to come in and speak to this item, please use the raise hand feature and we can bring you in.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Seeing none, thank you. So now I can say we have a recommendation before us. Councillor Boudreaux.
That the report from the Development Services Division dated June 11th, 2024, RE, the WJ Henderson Recreation Center, 322 Amherst Drive zoning bylaw amendment application D 14-001-2024 be received, that the application to amend the zoning bylaw D 14-001-2024 be approved, and that the bylaw 2024-64 being a bylaw to rezone the subject lands from community facility zone to community facility exception 6 zone be enacted and passed.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Parks. Mover, any comments? Seconder? No. Any others? Being none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you. That brings us to open forum. So the first 15 minutes of the meeting is set aside for open forum. Any individual may address council regarding an item on the agenda, excluding matters under the statutory public meeting section on the same agenda. Each person has 3 minutes to speak, and there is a clock on the screen there. Just ask that you abide by it. We have a very full agenda, and we'd like to keep the meeting proceeding through. So this evening, we do have a number registered to speak through open forum. So I'll go through the registry first, then I open it up to anyone else in the chambers that wishes to speak, and then I'll go to the virtual. And again, anyone in the virtual audience, if you wish to speak under this item, just be prepared that I'll ask you to use your raised hand feature so that we can bring you into the meeting at that time. So with that, we will go with Lynn Fleming.
Here, that's good.
Clerk will just make sure that it's on and right for
Okay.
you. When the time comes, just provide your name and address.
Yep.
Provide us with your information.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, now? Good, okay. I would first of all like to thank the township staff for their work on this agreement and hope the council sees the importance of having access to our community center. Our community center attached to the elementary school has been the heart of the community for almost 50 years. I was involved in the community fundraising to come up with the Amherst Island Township's share of the cost to build it. That in itself was a huge community effort. Over the years, annual events held in the hall have included Canada Day celebrations with the Strawberry Social Kids Games, parade floats on display, and fireworks. 3 to 4 church and community suppers annually, the popular and well-attended New Year's dinner and dance, and the spring dance and fish fry. These events have been staples in our community for many years. They were successful fundraisers for community groups. These groups in turn gave back to the hall via the rec committee and include a large drop-down screen for presentations and videos, a commercial dishwasher, cutlery, dishes, tables, chairs, and a sound system, a cooler, and the kitchen stove and fridge. Then there were the private rentals, where the hall was used to celebrate weddings, milestone anniversaries and birthdays, family reunions, and even celebrations of life. It has been well used over the years for meetings, fitness, and sports activities, as well as kids programming, activities, and birthday parties. It's been a popular gathering place in our community for residents and groups to meet up with friends, neighbors, and family. I hope council can see the importance of having continued affordable access to this community center and vote to approve the new agreement. Thanks so much for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. The next on the list is Richard Lapointe. If you'd like to do the same, just provide your name and address and share some information.
Richard Lapointe from Amherst Island, 4005 Front Road. I won't go over what Lynn just said because I think you all know how important a community center is to a small community. I've only been on the island for a dozen years, but I did live in two small communities prior to this where I was heavily involved in all kinds of activities. And it's the community, the center that brings the community together. And I just wanted to reiterate the fact that it is incredibly important and it is necessary. We don't really have any other place to go on the island. We have the lodge. It's a small venue, doesn't handle too many people. We have the fire hall and we have the church, but again, all too small. We need something a lot larger. And we think that the community center is definitely necessary and we would like to see that come back. And again, I would like to thank you all too for your work, for putting this together for us and hopefully bringing it back to the island. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next is Brittany Veen.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Bear with me. I'm not good at public speaking. My name is Brittany Veen. I actually live in Selby. I am here just to address you about the noise exemption at Hot Trot Stables. I'm a director of the Odessa Horse and Pony Club, as well as the Eastern Ontario Western Games Association. I've been a director for about 5 years now. So this means that I help run the shows, assist with enforcing rules and how our shows run, making sure that everything runs smoothly behind the scenes, as well as the day of performances. So I just want to give you a little bit of background of how our clubs both benefit running at Hot to Trot. We have about 120 members between both clubs. So this means that members of the community pay a membership to run at our shows. And the Odessa Horse and Pony Club is more than just Western gaming, which Odessa or the Eagwa, East Ontario, tends to run a little bit more of the gaming side. So Odessa Horse and Pony Club is more of trails and slower horsemanship work. So we do a little bit of both at Hot to Trot. So we get sponsorships from the community. We encourage our participants to reach out to those sponsored, whether it's Jiffy Grill in Odessa or, some steel maker in Napanee. We encourage everybody to support who's supporting us back. Part of my role is to ensure that our clubs stay within the bylaw, and we have ran during COVID without any implications or any adverse effects from the OPP or anything like that. We've always stayed within our bylaws. So I'm really hoping that everybody can take today with an open mind and listen to everything that has to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Natalie Wood. No, okay. And the next two are actually a part of the delegation. I'm just going to publicly confirm, Steve Storms and Megan, you're going to be presenting during the delegation, so you're written down here as well, but we'll hold off for the delegation. Is that correct? Thank you for the confirmation. And the last one that was registered is Julie Leader.
Good evening, Mayor Hagedorn and members of council. My name is Julie Leader. I live at 5605 Front Road on Amherst Island. And I also would like to speak to item 11.6, reciprocal lease agreement between Limestone District School Board and Loyalist Township. I'm going to shorten what I have written prior to this because Lynn and Richard both spoke to many of those things. The purpose of me, I was born and raised on Amherst Island, returned there to raise my family. My request tonight was to come here to speak, to convey the importance through some shared memories of the importance that the community center holds to the residents of Amherst Island. I attended Amherst Island Public School. I was in grade 1 when Lynn was involved in raising the funds with the township at the time for the current gymnasium that was erected as the community center. One of my earliest memories in that gym was of my grandmother's retirement from teaching in 1979. There was a community sing-song, presentations were held. Many years later, I danced with that same grandmother, who at the time was 90 years old, as we rang in New Year's together at the annual New Year's dance, which was revered by many. We were surrounded by generations of families and friends eating roast beef together collectively in the gym and dancing the night away. Events like this were moments where generations connected. And I think that's one of the important things about the community center on Amherst Island is that it brings together generations. In my own childhood, it was a place that, apart from leaving the island and going to Kingston, not even Bath or Amherst Island or Odessa or Amherstsphere or Odessa at the time, it was going into Kingston. We were able to use the community center to do beavers, brownies, Sunday school youth group. My own child has grown up with a sense of community and collective responsibility because of the events that took place here, helping at seniors' dinners, strawberry socials. It's a place where the young have learned from our elders and our elders have maintained a sense of purpose and identity. And I think that's a really important thing, is that the community center has been a place that helps promote mental health and sense of belonging for many of our community members. The shared memories and experiences that have been made at this center serve as a reminder of what community is. And I know that finding a way forward with Limestone District School Board has taken time. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for raising this issue in the last term of council, for Councillor Willis for maintaining the focus this term, and especially to staff for successfully negotiating such an agreement. It's my hope that you will see the importance of passing this motion this evening. The dances, fish fries, potluck dinners, and all of the other events that have been held over the many years at our community center are more than just events. They're reflections of who we are as a community and ultimately the values that Loyalist Township places on its diverse and unique communities. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the list of registered presenters. So as I mentioned, I'll go in chambers first. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak under open forum on an item which is on the agenda this evening? Seeing none? Sorry. Okay. Please come up, same thing. Name and
Hi.
address and provide your.
Karen Greenwood. I live on Lucas Road. I've lived on Lucas Road for a year now. It took me 3 years to convince the owner of the property to sell me the house so I could belong and be right beside this event at Hot to Trot. I drove 45 minutes every day, one way, to drive from Frankfurt to Odessa to be able to learn to ride better, learn to be more social with my horse, and just all around do something that was better for me as a fairly new senior as well too. I'm a retired auto worker, and I am I worked as a human rights and employment equity rep for the CAW as well too, out of my local. And to be a woman, to be able to do an event where we can feel confident, we can feel empowered, and we feel supported at the same time. So like I said, I've been there a year now. It took me 3 years to convince somebody. And this is my retirement. You know, I have 9 grandchildren that have been able to come out and enjoy watching the horses, seeing the animals across the street. We live across from Alpaca Farm, just to be within the community and so community-based. So I'd like to see this to continue because I've uprooted my whole life and my husband's life to be able to belong to this community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask again in chambers, is there anyone that wishes to speak this evening through open forum on an item that is on the agenda? Seeing none, we will go to the virtual audience. Excuse me. Is there any, if anyone in the virtual audience wishes to speak this evening, please use the raised hand feature and we can bring you in.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, so that concludes the open forum portion of the agenda. Now we will go to delegations. We do have a full docket of delegations as well. And the first one is Vicky Reichman. There we go.
Capability to share screen.
Do we have the presentation?
We have the document that she shared with council, and it's
Oh.
on the agenda, which
Okay.
we can share.
So. Okay. So yes, the document will come up on the screens.
Okay. Here or here?
If you want to use a podium, then that mic is already turned on.
Okay. I did inform that I had some photos and videos that I was hoping to share, and I was told that I could possibly do that. Is that possible?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any photos attached to the agenda item, and I don't have the capability to share
Okay.
another device.
So yeah, to share them, typically we get them ahead of the
Sure.
meeting so that staff have it on their computer ready to share.
I
So,
understand.
sorry about that. for
No
this evening.
problem.
Please proceed.
Sure. My name is Vicky Reichman. I live at 975 Lucas Road. I share a property line with Hot to Trot Stables. And I am here to oppose the noise bylaw exemption application by Hot to Trot. My first point is that the criteria for exemption that is being put forward is that it is necessary and in public interest. And I would challenge the fact that having very noisy horse shows in our neighborhood brings nothing to the community at all, other than noise and chaos. We live in a rural but residential area, and the horse shows that are being asked for exemptions bring lots of traffic, lots of noise. They bring money and revenue to Hot to Trot and to the canteen run by Karen and her husband Dave. But I don't believe, other than perhaps gas, there would be any other benefit to the community. I just wanted to establish the property boundaries and dimensions. My property and Hot to Trot's property are approximately the same size. I believe they're 35, I'm 34 acres. So we share about 1,000 meters of a joint border. So the distances from the sources of noise from Hot to Trot to my property, I'm about 120 meters from their lane, where all of the horse trailers and horses that are being brought in for these horse shows would travel down. So 120 meters to my house, lots of noise, as you can imagine. Lots of traffic on the road as well. Depending on the show, there could be anywhere from 30 to 80 trucks and trailers that are coming down Lucas Road and turning down that lane. So you can imagine there's an awful lot of noise that goes along with that. Oops, I lost my screen. There we go. The evolution of Hot to Trot business model, I had a picture of their sign at the front of their property, and all of the neighbors highly endorse what they have been doing there. They provide boarding, they provide lessons, and they provide training. So as Karen spoke to, it's a wonderful facility, and Megan and Steve do wonderful work, and their work ethic is extraordinary. But what the community is concerned about is the amount of noise and chaos that these shows bring. And that's the only thing that we are opposing. The fifth point is that the noise that comes from these horse shows comes from a number of sources. It's the amplified sound to commentate the event. So the amplification can be heard clear as a bell on any place on my property. And they have an amplification trailer there. I can hear who's running, when they're running, what their time is, what their horse's name is, what their name is. And I don't want to hear that, nor do my neighbors. I love what they do, but I don't want the noise. It's like living next to a fairground, if you can imagine. It's a rodeo, it's barrel racing. So there's no way that you can stop attendees or participants from hooting, hollering, yelling, whistling. There's country and Western music always blaring. I'm not a fan, I must admit. They also have these trailers that arrive generally for the exemptions that Ms. Desjardins is putting forward. These trailers arrive Thursday or Friday, and they spend the entire weekend. They camp at the back of the property. These trailers are not a pickup truck with 2-horse trailers. These are massive fifth wheels. Some of them are semi-trucks. RVs arrive the size of buses with horse trailers behind them, and they stay the entire weekend. So there's the noise that comes from the additional people, camping noise. They have generators that are going all weekend long. During the horse show, like I said, there's music, there's amplification, there's notifications, but there's also the dragging of the ring. Every third or fourth run, they drag the ring. I was born and raised on a farm. I've owned 4 farms in my entire life. I know what farming practice is. This is not farming practice. The use of tractors to drag a ring brings additional noise and chaos to the neighborhood. I have pictures of the events that are happening for 2024. We have suffered through 5 horse shows already. This past weekend was a horse show. So it started on Friday night. And the attendees, participants do not leave until Sunday. So you can imagine on Sunday, all the trailers leave and it's noise accompanied with that. So there are 15 additional shows that are scheduled for this year that the participants or the residents of Lucas Road must endure because of Hot to Trot's new event facility that they seem to be moving towards. I moved into the neighborhood in 2020. Hot to Trot had these lovely little shows. I went over and watched. All the kids were practicing barrel races. There was no amplification. There weren't massive numbers of horses and horse trailers and semi trucks arriving. But over the last 3 years, it has evolved into, as I say, a mini rodeo. So I oppose, obviously, this exemption. These are not small horse shows. The last one, known as the Barrel Bash, which happens in the latter part of September, it brings in attendees from as far away as Quebec, and they stay the entire weekend. Last year, it was karaoke at 1:30 in the morning on Saturday night, which I had enough, and I called the police to attend. I was woken from a dead sleep at 1:30 in the morning as I listened to Howlerama at karaoke coming from Hot to Trot. I'm a pretty non-complaining person, but that pretty much did me on that one. Why does that need to happen in a residential neighborhood? These are not small shows. Ms. Desjardins has made it quite widely known that $73,000 was paid out in jackpot. So these are big shows. This is not, like I say, a little backyard show. Ms. Desjardins, in her application for the exemption, has misrepresented in a way because she has not identified the Odessa Horse and Pony Club is also got 3 more shows that they were happening, and no exemption has been requested for that. So because amplification will be used and there will be horses, one would assume that the exemption would be asked for at that time for those shows as well. So in conclusion, I, again, respect everything that Hot to Trot does, the community that they provide, the services that they provide. It's the noise that the community is upset with and challenges today. And that is why I, in particular, am opposing this exemption. As you can see in the exemption, Ms. Desjardins wants the exemption to 12:30 in the morning so that she can run these horse shows with amplification and country and Western music and all the other things that go along with that. So in conclusion, this exemption is neither necessary nor in the public interest. I agree with all the elements in the staff report that was authored by Jillian DeMille. I thank you so much for your attention today and your action on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you so much for providing that. The next delegation, Mary Jo Murr.
Mr. Mayor, can we get a
Bowers?
motion to
Oh, I'm
receive the
sorry,
delegation?
Deputy Mayor. We just have to receive the first one, so we're just going to do a little bit of procedure here.
That's okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Through you, your worship, I move that the delegation by Vicky Reichman, resident, regarding the noise bylaw exemption request for Hot to Trot Stables be received.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Proderick. Any comments? Seconder? Anyone else? Being none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Okay. Please proceed.
Thanks so much, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you in council today. I want to begin by saying I'm tired. My husband and I are tired. We've been putting up with this for years with no relief. So I want you to imagine what it's like in my backyard. The noise begins at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's every minute. There's a run. The person who has run is congratulated, and then there's clapping and cheering, jokes, advertisements about the canteen, and I can hear every single word. I would add that I am a little bit hearing impaired. I was a musician for 45 years and had my head stuck in the main speakers. So I have hearing loss like this, and I can hear everything. That's how close they are. They're about 150 meters from my deck in my backyard, and they can hear me talking. The last one that I happened to talk was last weekend, June the 1st, I believe. The Odessa Horse and Pony Club had rented out the facility and had begun. I'm not sure whether they knew they were to somehow manage the loudspeaker system. It was so loud that I finally yelled and said, turn it down. There might have been a swear word in there that might have invoked the Lord's name, but it was extremely loud and they heard me because they turned it down. Now, I could still hear everything. It was not acceptable, better, but not acceptable. So by way of a little background, my husband and I moved into this community October the 15th of 2007. So we've been here a long time. We're thrilled to be here. We love Odessa. We love our property. You couldn't pay us to move except for this. And if I had to move today, if my husband and I had to sell this property, I would have to disclose on the vendor disclosure statement for my property that there are about 18 days of unremitting noise in the middle of summer in your backyard. So this is going to have a financial effect if you allow this exemption. There are 3 main points I'd like to make because I know time is short and you folks have been listening to people talking all afternoon, so you're no doubt a little tired from it. So my 3 main points are this, in addition to the written submissions that I supplied ahead of time, that I assume council has had an opportunity to look at. The exemption request, as my friend Vicky mentioned, does not meet the requirements in the existing bylaw for an exemption. The bylaw very clearly lays out the criteria for an exemption. Number one is that it must be in the public interest. This is not in the public interest. These folks come with their own water, their own food, their own trucks, and massive amounts of their own alcohol. So they're not contributing economically to the community in any way. Now, I'm an equestrian myself, so I understand equestrian sports quite well. I compete in dressage, which is a much quieter event. We don't have loudspeakers. A steward comes around and tells you when you have to be on deck and ready to go. There's no yelling, there's no screaming, which certainly happens. So it's not in the public interest. Yes, it's helpful to have a facility where you can come and ride. Ms. Greenwood spoke to the fact that she turned her life upside down. Well, I doubt very much she turned it upside down to come and do shows. She turned it upside down to come and be near her horse, which many of us do. We bought our property so I could have my horses at home, which is quite lovely. So first point, not in the public interest. The second point that the bylaw exemption requires is that there are mitigation efforts. So you're to consider what mitigation efforts the applicant has made. Ms. Desjardins has made none. She's asking you to allow loudspeakers until 12:30 a.m. from 9 a.m. in the morning. That is utterly unreasonable. That's what they do right now, and it's beyond all understanding. My husband and I are triggered every time we hear it go on. So we can close all our windows and turn the TV up and we can still hear every word through the windows. That's how loud it is. So even turning it down is not acceptable. The second point I want to make is that Ms. Desjardins does not obey the existing rules. That bylaw says in Schedule 2, no loudspeakers 24/7. You must ask for an exemption. Well, this has been going on for years now, and the only reason she's here today as a landowner asking for an exemption is that Ms. Reichman and I have complained. That's why she's here. So she will tell you, well, it's only Vicky and Mary Jo that have complained. We've complained because we both share a fence line with Ms. Desjardins. I'm on the west side, Ms. Reichman is on the east side. But we share a fence line. We can hear everything. So I was away last weekend. I knew there was going to be a 3-day show. I was in Boston presenting at a conference, and I asked my husband how it had gone. And he said, well, they did turn it down, but in fact, they didn't. They just aimed the speakers away from my property onto Ms. Reichman. So now she could hear everything. So it was not in any way an attempt to mitigate. So no mitigation efforts. And that's a really serious thing. Finally, the bylaw asks that you make your exemptions reasonable. These are not reasonable. 8 a.m. to after midnight is utterly unreasonable. You can't turn the speakers down enough. You cannot turn the speakers down enough for it to be unheard. You just can't. We begin from the premise that silence is what we have in this community. The noise bylaw represents an exemption by itself, an exemption to the default of quiet. This property is zoned as rural. It's not zoned as urban. And frankly, it was quieter in the city, which that shouldn't be. That just should not be. So about not obeying the proposed rules, I'm going to end with that. So Ms. Desjardins could have asked for an exemption years ago. She hasn't done it. She's not someone who asks permission. She wants your forgiveness. So she's coming to you saying, I've held these shows forever. Now I want you to put your stamp on it so I'm allowed to make noise for my neighbors. That's not fair. And I have discussed with her several times, and she's just said, this is my dream. I want to do it. She's made no efforts to accommodate neighbors at all. So I cannot imagine that she will obey any exemptions that you lay out for her. So you could rewrite her exemption to say, you must turn it down only between certain hours. The people policing it will be me and Vicky Reichman. We'll be out there swearing affidavits, taking pictures, because your bylaw enforcement office is so stretched that it's taken them years to come and finally talk to us. So the staff report correctly identifies the issues with these shows, and your staff report says, deny this request. We agree with that. Your staff report didn't say, accept some of it, I'll disallow some of it. It says, quite frankly, deny all of it. And I believe that's correct. Your staff are educated people who've gone to the effort of investigating and writing you a good report. So I think the answer is this. If someone presents themselves to you as a person who doesn't obey alcohol rules, doesn't obey rules about the bylaw, doesn't obey special occasion permits, none of that, doesn't have proper insurance or a safety plan, why would you give them an exemption? I don't think you should. And while I respect equestrian sports a great deal, this is not right. This is barrel racing. These folks are running horses at top speed around obstacles. This is not a nice little trot around the ring. So it's loud, it's dangerous, and we would like you to hopefully accept the wise report that your staff has given you. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. If I sound impassioned, it's because I live there. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a recommendation before us. Would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Willis.
I move that the delegation by Mary Jo Marr, resident regarding the noise bylaw exemption request for hot to trot stables be received.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Parks. Any comments from the mover? Seconder? Anyone else? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Megan Dargent. Our final presenter this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I feel like this is a personal attack tonight, but as we are addressing a exemption for noise, I will continue with my speech. My name is Megan Desjardins, and I own and operate Hot to Trot Stables at 1003 Lucas Road. I am here to talk about the horse shows we host, however they benefit the community, and what measures we are established to ensure our surrounding community is less impacted by noise and our shows may bring. I have owned Hot to Trot Stables for 15 years, and we have operated community horse shows for 7 years, which 40 years has been in the industry of of the club shows. These events are open to the public and give our horse community a safe place to do what they love, compete on horseback. Not only do we host our shows, we are hosting facility for the Odessa Horse and Pony Club that has been operating for 40 years. These shows are open to the public to watch or participate in. In fact, we have had numerous neighbors and people that stop in and enjoy the friendly atmosphere and watch the competitions. Our shows are for everyone, from just learning to walk or to ride to experienced competitors. We encourage everyone to come and play. Our shows draw competitors from all around the province and some from Quebec. We have show sponsorships from local businesses to encourage our competitors and spectators to support these local businesses. At each show, we also have numerous nurses, volunteer firefighters, and attending safety aid for our safety. We understand horse shows are not for everyone, so we have the implemented protocols to reduce noise and any other issues that may arise within our community. We are open to any suggestions to continue and go forward. Over the last 5 years, we have installed the 3 monitors of 3 sound speakers, 2 of which speakers are directed facing our own existing barns. and one that is placed north paddock to allow camping and visitors to hear the announcements for the day. Our spectators are placed in a manner to lessen the noise to surrounding neighbors, and we monitor all the levels with a decimal reader, ensuring that we do not go over 60 decimals. And I will have videos and proof of the decimal readers. And keep in mind that a 50 decimeters is the same as a washer and dryer. The average reading, in fact, is 50 decimeters around our property line and even to our neighbors to the east of us and the north of us. These monitoring points are at each corner of the property along Lucas Road, as well as the east and the west tree lines. To further mediate noise, we do not use our sound system outside the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Should the show start to continue these hours, our competitors are individually notified verbally. Our shows do not go later than 10 p.m. The 12:30 that is on our exemption is if we were to go over for our finals at the Barrel Bash, which is in September. But we wanted to clarify that if we had that exemption, that we would be able to go until then and we'd be in safe zoning. We have a volunteer group that works quickly to resolve any issues that may arise regarding noise of attending guests or participants. Our facility is large enough to accommodate parking on the grounds, which helps the road stay clear and the emergency vehicles to go through, which we do have emergency fire routing throughout the whole property. With the update bylaws exemptions completed and submitted as per request, we hope that council enables us to continue to hold these valuable community events. We also support, in a jot note that I wrote down, as I feel like I have to stand here and protect what we have. We do support the local businesses. We do buy water from Clark's water truck. We do buy our fuel from Oops gas station for not only our farm equipment, but for our trucks and fueling trucks that come in and out of the show facility. We do buy pizza for the kids from the Jiffy Grill, and all of our payouts are back into the community. I have surrounding neighbors that will sign anything that needs to be done that say that they also do not have any problems with the noise that is right in front of my facility and right beside my facility. So my two neighbors that are directly beside us all are supporting of our shows. Also, I was not aware of the exemptions in the first place of the bylaw. As I am here now, as Mary Jo and Vicky has stated, I'm willing to put in anything that I need to do and follow any procedures that we have to follow to be able to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So with that, we have a recommendation in the agenda. Do I have someone to put it on the floor? For the delegation. Councilor Willis.
Excuse me. I move that the delegation by Megan Desjardins, organizer of the Hot to Trot noise bylaw exemption request be received.
So moved, seconded by Councilor Budrick. Any comments or questions from the mover? Seconder, any other members of council? Councilor Prodrick.
Sorry, I'm a little slow here. Just a couple of questions for the applicant. A couple things. So first of all, the exemption is for the whole summer, but you mentioned that it was really only for the September barrel thing. So I'm questioning why you would make a blanket request for that. And I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a bit on name the businesses local business that are sponsoring your events. I'd just be interested to know who they are or how they're involved. And you also mentioned something, I don't have the exact wording, but the protocols when there is something going on, like a complaint from a neighbor or something. What are the protocols to sort of alleviate any of that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask that Steve comes up and helps me with this? He does the sponsorships.
Yes.
Um,
It's a joint facility, so yes. I'll
yeah.
follow.
And on the 15 days, you are correct. It's only the one weekend that I need permission to go to the elaborate of 12:30. It's that one weekend, but it's 15 days of the year that we host shows. It's not every weekend.
Hello, sir. Yeah, we're sponsored because actually all the events that are at our place are nonprofit organizations. So Megan and I do not profit from these shows at our place. They're community oriented organizations. They're not profit. So what you heard earlier was like, we make all this money, there's nothing to be made. But anyways, the sponsors is what keeps us going. It's Home Hardware here in Odessa, Jiffy Grill, the Pop In, what Sand and Gravel place just out of town, MCL Sand and Gravel. All these local businesses sponsor our shows because that's how we keep the shows going, is by the local sponsors. And so, I mean, I wasn't prepared to have a list here, but it's all the local businesses that sponsor us because a lot of their family and friends actually do attend our community shows. So it's family and friends oriented that come together to make these shows happen. Without our community, these shows wouldn't happen at our place. And the Odessa Horse and Pony Club has been going for 40 years, and they are the ones that just moved recently to our place because they needed a place to run their venues. And so we opened up our establishment for them to have their shows at our place as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any further that address everything, Councillor Broderick? Thank you. Councillor Parks.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. For Ms. Desjardins. A question in regards to, you had mentioned that your exemption is just for your September show for the Barrel Bash.
No. So the time on the exemption,
Right,
sorry.
the 12:30 in the morning.
Yes.
From past events that you've run, how many times on average would you say that you go to that point?
We actually didn't have a building to be able to do the awards banquet. So last year, the karaoke that we are hearing about was because it was the awards banquet for the club. That's why we went to 12:30 that night. So on my paper, we don't go past 10 o'clock, and that is pushing it. It's 9:30, quarter to like 10 o'clock is wrapped up, microphones off, and no music.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I read somewhere that your events typically kind of wrap up early afternoon on Sunday.
Yes.
Is there a possibility that the days could be shortened Friday and Saturday and make it a longer day on Sunday to allow more of a quiet time for other residents?
Absolutely. So Friday night, it's an hour. So it's like 7 to 8. And then Saturday, we go from 11 o'clock in the morning until about 6 o'clock in the evening. And then Sunday, we start at 10 in the morning, and we were wrapped up by 2:30. So it's not a 24-hour music rodeo yeehaw that was presented to you today.
Councillor Willis.
Through you, Your Worship. Your request is for 15 days, and those are the events that Hot to Trot is doing. Is the Odessa Horse and Pony Club doing additional shows, or are those included in your?
Those are included.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions at this time? Seeing none.
Thank
you
you.
for the presentation. And I got to move around seconder. So at this point, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion is carried. And I'll just mention that wraps up the presentation portion of the meeting. We will be dealing with all the items that have come forward both through the open forum and the delegations as we proceed through the agenda.
you're welcome to stay until the items are addressed. And when you do decide to leave, I just ask that you do it quietly. And before you have too much conversation, just if you could go through the outside doors, it echoes right back in here and we have a full agenda to be able to complete still. So we just appreciate that. Thank you. So the first one up for items of consideration is the establishment of the LNA OPP Detachment Board. CAO is coming forward. Welcome. Is there any additional information you wish to provide at this time?
No, nothing to add, Your Worship, just here for questions.
Very good. So we have the report and recommendation. Would someone like to put the motion on the floor? Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Your Worship, I move that the report from the Chief Administrative Officer dated June 11th, 2024, reestablishing the LNA OPP Detachment Board be received. 2, that council appoint the mayor as the member of council on the detachment board. And 3, that council direct staff to advertise for the joint community member with Greater Napanee, and that the council appointees to the detachment board review applications and make a recommendation to their respective councils for appointment.
So moved, seconded by Councillor Parks. Deputy, any comments or questions?
Only that I'm happy to see this proceed.
You, seconder?
My sentiments exactly. This has been ongoing for a number of years, so it's nice to see it coming to fruition.
Other members of council? Councillor Prodrick.
Again, I'm happy to see this. I just, if I could ask through you, Your Worship, to the CAO, just the appointment of the community members, is that going to be a, I guess basically what I want, is it going to be sort of the wide county, I guess, or the community, and then will there be any kind of rotation so that the same community representative isn't always from, let's say, Napanee or Loyalist, or is that just sort of luck of the draw, I guess?
Thank you, Councillor Bronick. The intent is that they would rotate the appointees if we have a number of applicants. So based on the applicants that come, the intent is twofold. The requirements, I believe, as we're in the staff report, is they have to be a resident of our municipality to be appointed as our rep. However, if there's no one from our municipality, then it could be someone from outside. And the intent in the staff report and the original staff report presented is that it would alternate. However, again, that's dependent on applicants being from each municipality. But the intent is that we would alternate between an appointment from Napanee and an appointment, a person from Loyalist for that period. Again, it's to be determined by the board, the term of that appointment, whether it be 2 years or the term of council. I believe at this point, given where we're at in the term, it'll probably be for the remainder of the term, and then they'd look for a new appointment with a new term of council.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? I too am pleased to see this moving forward. There, as it's mentioned, there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of work gone into it. I appreciate it being brought back for the final decision, and a little bit dear to my heart, considering one of the first committees I was on for the township was the Police Services Board. So whoever put your name forward, be careful. You could end up here. And with that, I will call the question. All in favor, please raise a hand. Motion is passed. Next one is noise exemption request for Umicore Battery Materials, Inc. and Hottatrat Stables. Have staff coming forward. Is there any additional information to be shared at this time?
Nothing to add, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we do have the recommendation. Now, I just do want to, just because they are quite different exemptions, I just want to remind council that there is the option to separate if anyone so wished, the item 1, 2 from 3 and deal with them separately, or we can do it all together as presented. I would ask council to
put a motion forward so we can deal with this item. Or request separation. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, your worship, I would move that the report from the Corporate Services Strategy and Innovation Department, June 11th, 2024, re-noise exemption requests, Umicore Battery Materials, Inc., and Hot to Trot Stables be received. And 2, that the request for extension of the exemption from Umicore Battery Materials, Inc. from the noise prohibition under Activity 4 and 5 of Schedule 2 of the noise bylaw at all times daily and on Sundays and holidays until January 2nd, 2025 be approved. And 3, that the exemption request from Hot to Trot Stables from noise prohibition under Activity 1, 2, and 15 of Schedule 2 of the noise bylaw be approved.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councilor Budrick? Mover, any comments?
Well, obviously, the first 2 are not all that controversial. I do believe, contrary to some comments that were made, that what Hot to Trot is doing is of value to the community. I am, as an ag guy myself, I am, very supportive of these kinds of activity to promote, to promote these kinds of things in Loyalist, and so I can definitely see the community value. I will be honest, through the chair to the applicants that going forward year on year, this probably will be problematic. The zoning does not permit some of the uses that are occurring here, but I would like to see, and I'm encouraged by the applicant's presentation on the willingness to work with staff. I think perhaps there can be a collaboration with township staff to try and find a way to address some of these concerns. So I'm basically sort of saying I'm supporting it because I see the value in it, and I appreciate the passion the applicants are presenting, and I don't want it to not proceed. But at this point, it's kind of conditional that some concerns be addressed, and I'm sure the applicants can appreciate the position council's in. We have policies for a reason. We need to apply them fairly and equitably for a reason, but at the same time, sometimes we're put in a difficult spot and we want to support, activities and promote activities in the township. So I'll leave it at that for now.
You, seconder?
I'd like to echo most of what the deputy said as well, through you, sir. Also, I am big on any type of community event. I think we need to tell everyone around the province who we are. And having good events. And like the deputy said, I do see this as a work in progress with the event organizers and municipal staff.
You, other members of council, Councilor Parks.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do want to commend the owners of Hot to Trot for the efforts that they're making to try to remedy the situations that are being brought forward. I'm familiar with the equestrian community. My daughter rides. She shows English, so it's a little different. I know how difficult these events are to run. I do think there are things that you can do to try to mitigate some of the concerns of the residents that are bringing forward. Yeah, I look forward to seeing some successes with this.
Councilor Broderick, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, you did. I won't be supporting the motion. I believe that a lot of the issues that have been brought forward, zoning, the policies, little concerned about, it's like almost like a blanket resolution to allow things to happen. And I think those things need to be tightened up before the events. I'm worried that if it slides through this year, that it'll be expected next year that, the exemption to 1230, et cetera, and I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Willis.
Your Worship, I also won't be supporting the motion. I have a few concerns about activities that are part of it. It's a rural property and camping is not a permitted use on rural property. So I'd like to see that addressed. I would like to see if staff proceed with this, that there are some guardrails. I do feel for the neighbors who did not move to the area expecting to have commercial activity beside them. The frequency of the shows makes it a commercial activity, whereas, you know, it's not a one weekend festival or something like that, that would add value, but it's the frequency and the noise, and I encourage you to work with your neighbors to resolve that.
Thank you. So with that, I will go back to the mover if there's a final statement.
Through you, your worship, I would propose to, and perhaps it won't change anything, but I would propose to add after approval, subject to zoning conditions negotiated with staff, a bit more teeth to ensure that the applicants work with staff.
So that's an amendment to the original
Amendment to
motion.
the original motion.
Move, seconder, that's acceptable? Okay. So because there's been an amendment, I'll open it up to the floor just broadly if that anyone wants to speak to it. If not, we will go straight to the question. Councillor Willis.
I do feel more comfortable with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parks.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy, for bringing that forward. I think there's definitely some things that need to be improved. So I think having that teeth in is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will call the question. All in favor, please raise a hand. Opposed? Motion is passed. The next one is the Lennox and Addington County GIS Strategic Plan correspondence. You're already here. Any additional information?
Nothing to add, Your Worship, at this time.
Thank you. So we do have a recommendation regarding this on our agenda. Deputy Mayor.
I move that the township staff participate in the development of the County of Lennox and Addington GIS strategic plan.
So moved, seconded by Councillor Parks. Mover, any comments?
Yeah, just for for context, for members of council and also for the public, this came up at county council. This idea of a GIS strategic plan to try and address the challenge of providing adequate GIS capacity for the lower tiers. And they face, one or both of the challenges of not being able to afford GIS staff complement or being able to recruit what is, a high demand sector. So they rely on the county's GIS capacity for their lower tiers. This creates an equity issue in the delivery of GIS services by the county, since loyalist ratepayers, essentially kind of pay twice. We have our own GIS services here in Loyalist, but also contribute obviously to the county's levy. So essentially this creates a problem where loyalist ratepayers are paying for both our lower tier GIS, the county's GIS, and then by extension, the other tiers GIS provision. So in the interest of correcting this discrepancy and also helping our neighbors within the county, I think it's worthy for Loyalists to engage in the discussion.
Thank you. Seconder, any comment? Any other members? Councillor Prodrick.
Just sort of a follow-up from the conference I was at with the deputy last week, that we're going to have to, in any level of municipal government, the more you work together, the costs are shared, and we get access to things maybe we wouldn't be able to do on our own. And I think the deputy has outlined just the fact that we don't want Loyalist residents paying twice for a service that could be better shared within municipalities, different levels of government.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? I appreciate the deputy sharing the information. As you know, both the deputy and myself are on county council, so we deal at it from both levels. I think this is a good opportunity for us to be able to have full discussions and be able to review what Loyalist does for GIS, as well as help the county proceed in their GIS as well, and ensure that
there is an equity between us. We currently do have our own GIS and they do an amazing job and it's used basically daily. For information and even if nothing else for locates. That's the very first thing they use when they're doing locates, utility locates, is go to GIS to make sure that what they're looking for in the area so that they can accurately provide that information. And in return, that saves our infrastructure from potential damage. So GIS is very important. I'm pleased that we'd be able to have this discussion with the county and county staff. And if nothing else, at the end of it, hopefully all of the different GIS formats will be able to, for lack of a better term, because I am a little bit technically challenged, as long as they can speak to each other and be able to share information, then we can keep moving forward as one unit in the county. So with that, back to the mover for final comment. Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Loyalist Township Infrastructure Master Plan. There was just a few pages to read on this. I had to. Any additional information to share with us?
Yes, Your Worship. So through you, and thank you. Before I ask Luke to provide a high-level summary of the IMP, this sounds really loud. We're asking council to endorse. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank a few people. The development of the IMP report, supporting analyses, public and agency engagement were almost entirely done by township staff, which is commendable considering the project started as a major corporate reorganization was being implemented, a move of the entire team to a different location, COVID, and the retirement and promotions of key team members. Having provided the opportunity for staff to work on this project is so important to tap into and retain local knowledge and gaining a full understanding of the background behind projects and initiatives which are being proposed for the 25-year horizon. So this project was initially co-led by our former chief engineer, Dave Thompson, and our former engineering manager, now the director of corporate services and strategic initiatives, Jenna Campbell, with considerable support from Remy Maserani, our senior environmental engineer. Our current engineering and environment manager, Luke McDonald, and Madison Lockwood, project coordinator, together with Mr. Thompson and Katie Amy, our admin assistant for the department, were instrumental to get us to the finish line. Technical reports were written by and in collaboration with staff from the following divisions: engineering and environment, public works, utilities, development services, and recreation and facility maintenance, supported by the communications division for public engagement surveys. I really hope I haven't forgotten anyone. So thank you to all for the hard work, engagement, collaboration, and patience in order to be able to present this significant policy document for council to consider. With your permission, I'll ask Luke to give us a really high-level summary of the IMP report.
Thanks, MJ, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I am providing a very brief summary. As the mayor quipped, it is quite a long document, so I will not be going through everything in detail. We did do a more detailed presentation at Committee of the Whole in last fall, as you will recall. So that was sort of where we went through the nitty-gritty, and we've gone through the final regulatory process, and we're now coming back to council looking for adoption as a policy document. So the brief summary of the infrastructure master plan is that the document covers 5 main areas of infrastructure. So stormwater, sanitary, drinking water, transportation, and a miscellaneous category that was used to capture a few items that wouldn't necessarily be captured in other master plans or we thought were necessary to round out what we were hoping to achieve with this document. The master plan review focused on a few themes. So those included growth, remedial, regulatory, new technology, and climate change. And so the intent there was looking at those 5 infrastructure categories. We applied those 5 themes to see in the example of our drinking water systems, what effects growth might have on it or what effects climate change might have on it. And that's how the analysis was completed to provide that list of projects. So the master plan followed along with the municipal class environmental assessment process for Schedule B projects. So what this means is that completed the EA process for any projects that are classified as Schedule B, which are all described as sort of medium tier complexity. There is a higher level Schedule C complexity projects, which what the master plan does is provide a solid starting point for those Schedule C projects, but there will be further environmental studies required to complete the class environmental assessment process for those projects. Luckily, in our township, the vast majority of the projects follow the Schedule B, and so there are very few examples where there might be Schedule C projects which require further assessment. So again, following along with the regulatory process outlined by the municipal class environmental assessment, I just wanted to highlight that we also completed numerous communications with various agencies and organizations. This included the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the County of Lennox and Addington, various First Nations and Indigenous groups, public surveys, Loyalist Council, yourselves via the Committee of the Whole presentation last fall, many others, which was documented in our communications appendix. So again, I'm not going to go through everything in full detail, but really want to stress that we have strived to touch base with as many people as possible and get as much input as possible into this document. And then, yeah, just again, I'm not going to go through all the individual projects. So at this time, I am just here to answer any other questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we do have a recommendation before us. Would someone like to put a motion on the floor and we can deal with this item? Councillor Willis.
I move that the report from the Engineering and Environment Division, June 11th, 2024, regarding Loyalist Township Infrastructure Master Plan be received and that the Infrastructure Master Plan be adopted as a policy document.
So moved, seconded by Councillor Boudreaux. Mover, any comments, questions?
We've talked about this a lot over the months, and I just want to congratulate staff on a job well done and one I'm sure you're glad is done and that you can move on to other exciting projects. So good work for everyone that was involved.
Seconder? Nothing more. Deputy Mayor?
I would just add, as referenced earlier, Councillor Broderick and I had the opportunity to attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference in Calgary this past week. And infrastructure was probably the topic of conversation. And I'm always struck when I'm in those contexts and given the opportunity to compare our experience in Loyalist with that of other colleagues around the province and the country, is how fortunate we are to have the kind of staff that we do and the kinds of documents that we do that the IMP represents. The infrastructure challenges we face as municipalities today is massive. Lack of adequate provincial and federal funding is the most obvious and certainly the most talked about. But that is greatly mitigated by the extremely professional, skilled, and innovative work of our staff that have a forward-looking perspective to guard and mitigate against all the challenges that we currently face. And as our climate action plan reveals, also the challenges that we'll face and continue to face in the future. So again, my congratulations to staff, and the public should be very proud and very grateful for what we have here in Loyalist.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Just before going back to the mover, did you have put your hand up, Councillor Broderick? No? Okay. I keep trying to glance at the screen, but I must have. Just before going back to the mover, I just want to comment too. I believe it's a great plan. Well done. Amazing amount of information, all the result of a lot of hard work. And as was mentioned, encompassed a number of agencies and staff, and the consultation was quite intense. And I think that's all brought it together to provide the township with this plan. As the deputy mentioned, this gives another level of comfort. I mean, we have great confidence in our infrastructure as it is, thanks to a great team that continually is identifying needs and then making sure that we are able to address them and make sure that the township infrastructure is well maintained. And I mean, it's been in the news for the last few days that the devastation in Calgary, and that's a prime example of where in a good plan like this and all of the work that's done to preserve and maintain our infrastructure is so critical. And to be aware and to be able to address situations as they arise. So thank you so much for all the work that's been done. And sorry, Deputy Mayor?
And to add to that point, having just been back from Calgary, to ensure you have redundancy in your water systems, which we're taught by our staff.
That's right. Lesson 101. Back to the mover for final comment. None. Call the question. All in favor? Raise a hand. Motion is passed. Thank you. And the Limestone District Board reciprocal use and lease agreements. One. Oh, I skipped one. How many more mistakes can I make? We'll see. Community Safety Zone Review. Thank you, Deputy, for pointing that out. Any additional information on this one this evening from staff?
Just a quick note to add to the report, just to emphasize that. So following up from our committee of the whole meeting back in March, there was a number of items that came out of that staff are working on. So this is the first and the ones that we were able to turn around the quickest, but there are some longer infrastructure plans that we are working on as well. And once we have that information, we will be bringing that back to council as well.
Very good. Thank you. Council, would someone like to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just give me a second here. I have it, trust me. That the report from the Engineering and Environment Division, June 11th, 2024, school zone safety review be received. That bylaw 2024-65 being a bylaw to designate community safety zones be adopted. That bylaw 2024-66 being a bylaw to amend the bylaw 2007-31 and repeal bylaw 2019-26 Loyalist Township parking bylaw be adopted, and that the proposed policy establishing a community safety zone be adopted.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Budrick. Mover, do you have any comments?
Certainly. Thank you. Just a few things. I've met with several community members who obviously have had this at the top of their personal agenda. Obviously, there's a support of the community for this. I've also spoken with the school staff, and again, we also had presentations previously to council. And I just want to thank staff for moving this through as quickly as possible. Hopefully it's going to be a summer of lots of traffic calming experiences, or at least we're moving in that direction. I really want to thank them. And I guess hopefully the signs will be up as soon as possible. Thank you.
You. Seconder.
Nothing to add other than thank staff for moving on this one quickly.
Any other comments from council?
Being none, I'm very pleased to see this go forward as well. Back to the mover for final comment, if there is any.
Just one thing I forgot, that when you look at the overall plan here, it applies to everybody, all the communities, Amherst Island, wherever there's a school. So that's pleasing to see.
Thank you. And with that, I will call the question. All in favor, please raise a hand. Motion is passed. Now I can go to the Limestone District School Board reciprocal use and lease agreements. Welcome this evening. Is there any further additional information that you wish to provide at this time?
Nothing further at this time, just to answer questions. if any.
You. So council, we have a recommendation. Would someone like to put a motion on the floor so we can address this item? Councillor Willis.
Of course, it's the longest one of the evening. I move that the report from the Community and Customer Services Department, Recreation and Facilities Division dated June 11th, 2024 regarding Limestone District School Board reciprocal use and lease agreements be received. 2, that council approve a new reciprocal use agreement with Limestone District School Board to promote and share recreational use of township facilities and sports field and school board facilities in the general form and content of the attached draft reciprocal use agreement. The council approve a lease agreement with the Limestone District School Board for community use of the Amherst Island Public School on condition that costs of the lease be funded from the Working Funds Reserve for 2024 and that funding source for future years of the lease be approved during the 2025 budget deliberations. And 4, that council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the reciprocal use agreement and the final lease agreement once finalized to the satisfaction of the township solicitor.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Budrick. Mover, any comments?
I thank the people that spoke earlier, and as you can see from the number of faces in front of us, this is really important to Amherst Island, and I'd like to speak about that just very briefly. First of all, a thank you to our CAO, the director, and Ms. Lamb, the manager of Rec and Facilities. This issue has been going on for several years, and it was mentioned earlier that the deputy mayor started down this path, and I'm speaking on this specifically of the Amherst Island School lease agreement. Started on this path when he was sitting in my chair, and I thank everyone for their work. It's what we've got here is an innovative solution to a problem that's been happening for a while. And there was some discussion about the history of the community center on Amherst Island, and some people may ask why is this different than the reciprocal use agreement in all of the other communities? And that's because there is some history where the former township of Amherst Island, the school board at the time in Ontario, raised the funds to build what is the gym, kitchen, and multipurpose room there. And it was established as a community center for the island. There was a use agreement that was done for a period of time. And in the meantime, townships amalgamated and school boards amalgamated. And in 2006, when we did the reciprocal use agreement, the circumstances around the Amherst Island Community Center got left out. For years, we were working within the Limestone District School Board community use rules, which were fine, but then as risks and liabilities and insurances become more challenging and costs to manage the community center or the school, suddenly we weren't able to rent it during school holidays, which eliminated the New Year's dance that you've heard about. It eliminated the summer dances and parties and church suppers. Suddenly there was a custodian that was costing around $800 for weekend events, which made it cost prohibitive to the small church groups and things. And finally, the final blow was when the school board decided that they would no longer step aside from their policy of not allowing licensed events in the school. and that's a prime fundraising opportunity. And so really, all of this left the community with no community center when we know that that's important in all of our communities. And then we had a pandemic in the meantime. So what we were left with was a community where we've had a lot of new people move to the area, and they haven't had the opportunity to feel a part of the community the way I did when I moved here 20 years ago, because that happened at fish fries and dances and church suppers. I'm really encouraged that if this is passed by council, it really shows that we're prepared to stand behind the strategic plan and build those small communities. And I will be forever grateful to council if they support this motion. Thank you. Speech over.
Thank you. Seconder, any comments? Nothing to add? Other members of council? Councillor Parks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of quick questions, actually, I think for staff through the report. First, I want to say I do support this initiative. I think it's a great opportunity. However, I do want to clarify a couple of points that were brought up in the report that refer to the use of just Amherst Island residents. I just want to make sure that the hall rentals would be open to all of Loyalist Township residents. One, well, in the city, in the township.
True. You're just shut back off again. There we go.
Just to clarify, it would be open to all residents, just like all of our other facilities are open to all residents.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Excuse me, starting to lose my voice. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Parks will be invited to the New Year's dance.
Yeah.
Councillor Broderick.
I'll start by saying, remember that the deputy hasn't showered since he left Calgary. On a serious note, though, I'm going to tell a bit of a story too, not as eloquent as Councillor Willis, but I had the opportunity in my professional career to be a principal at schools in I'm going to say out in the back, Aaronsville, Enterprise, Charbot Lake, and you know, all of those communities have a focal point. And if I said Wilton or Amherst or Odessa, you could probably pick up a focal point. Amherst Island needs that. And I think that, you know, churches, social groups, whatever, because if you can keep the school as a focal point, that school will stay open. You know, and I've gone through it in those centers I mentioned. One of them lost their school again because it became that self-fulfilling prophecy. Nobody, no, there's no center, like Councillor Willis said, you needed a place to gather. And it may not be a church, it may not be on the ferry dock, you know, it may be an event. I do think this is a footprint maybe for future negotiations with the school board or school boards. And, you know, the collaboration piece, earlier we heard from the paramedics and how that brings the whole community together and services that maybe wouldn't be happening. I did read a lot of letters. I heard the comments tonight. I did not hear anywhere or receive a negative viewpoint. And I'm going to say one thing that caught me, because I've lived through this again as a principal. The young learn from the elders. And I think that's what the community is all about. And if you keep that in mind, this will allow the young to become the elders. And I think that's what you want. And I fully support this.
Thank you. Everyone's had their opportunity to speak. I'll just quickly share before going back to the mover. I'm going to speak to both the reciprocal and the lease. In my mind, when it comes to the reciprocal use agreement, it just makes good sense. The township has facilities, the schools have facilities, and if we can all work together, we can double the amount of recreation and the amount of engagement that we can have in our communities, just simply by sharing what we have and making sure that everyone can enjoy it. So that's a benefit right off the top in every way, socially, physically, everything else. And the lease of the school, I'm in full agreement with it. It's I believe it's a method of providing a community hub for the local residents on the island to be able to enjoy all of their activities on the island. And it also provides a great venue available for all of the township residents to be able to hold functions on Amherst Island. And once they're over there, be able to truly enjoy Amherst Island as well. The more I go to the island, the more I see and the more I enjoy. And so it's great to be able to have a drawing card for more to be able to do the same thing. And I just think that both of these are very positive for the township residents and the schools, as Councillor Broderick, as a former principal, attested to. It's a benefit to both of us, the township and the schools, and it's a win-win for our residents. So I'm very pleased to see this coming forward for our action. And with that, I'll turn it back to the mover for final comment. Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. And now we will take a motion to move into committee of the whole. Someone like to make that motion? Deputy Mayor?
I move that council resolve itself into committee of the whole.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Broderick. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion is carried.
call the Committee of the Whole to order at 7:58. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Seeing none, items for consideration for the Committee of the Whole, Recreation Cancellation and Refund Policy Update, item 13.3.1. Over to Ms. McFarland.
Only to say Ms. Lamb has prepared just a few notes for you prior to discussion.
Ms. Lamb, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the policy in front of you this evening it has not been updated since September of 2021. So it's been a few years. We were in the middle of COVID when we updated this policy. So there's a few things that have happened since we last discussed it. The policy does cover cancellations related to facility rentals, recreation memberships, and recreation program registrations. But this evening, for the most part, we're here to discuss the facility rental portion of the policy. Basically, the changes before you this evening are more related to the seasonal users portion of the policy. Currently, within the policy, it's 15 days notice. So if a user calls us 15 days in advance of their permitted date, they would not be charged cancellation. If they call us 14 days or less, they would be charged their full permitted rate for that cancellation. That allows us what we would like to say is enough time to usually try to resell the space, whether it be a sports field, whether it be a park, or whether it be ice at the arena. What we've been experiencing is some challenges related to that cancellation. So we're recommending some changes. We're recommending that we actually extend that to 30 days. So anything for a cancellation that we receive 30 days out would not receive a cancellation fee. Anything 15 days to 29 days would be a 50% of the permitted cost. And anything 14 days or less would still be that 100%. So we're implementing that 15 days to 29 days at a 50% rate. There's some new things, though, that we want to put in to try and encourage some more community group or some inclusion. Permit holders who are canceling within those 14 days or less would have some options. They can work with another community group or user to trade ice or sell it to another user. And that other user would then pick up that cost and there would be no charge to that user. So they would avoid the cancellation rate. Or they could donate the ice to the community. So for instance, this past year, our minor hockey organization had some ice that they were releasing or canceling within 4 or 5 days of the permitted time. And they decided to donate the ice, and we held some public skating free of charge for the community. So we've implemented, what we're recommending is to add that into the policy that they could donate it back to the community at the contracted rate. So I guess the question you may be asking is, why are we making these recommendations? Well, this past year, we had over 138 hours of canceled time, which equates to about $25,000 in lost revenue. And if we're not selling that time because we don't have enough time to advertise it and sell it, that's lost revenue that comes out of, at the end of the day, our budgets and our actuals. This year, we were able to sell 38 hours of that, which is about $6,900. So there is about $18,000 in lost revenue related to canceled ice that was prime time. For the most part, it's prime time ice that we're not able to resell. The process for canceling and reissuing permits is also a lot of staff time. So when we worked out how much staff time that really is, it's about 46 staff hours allocated. That's just recreation staff time. You then look at what does it cost to resell. So that's about 13 staff hours just to resell those hours that we did. And that doesn't include corporate communications time for marketing, social media posts, trying to find someone to rebook that ice. So there is a lot of money and effort that goes into contracting and trying to resell those ice times. So we took a hard look at it, and we said, let's make some recommendations moving forward on how we can work on this. We do work with our clubs. These are seasonal users, so they have hourly slots or weekly slots throughout the entire season. We do work with our clubs from the start of the season to refine their time slots. So we do give them 30 days from the start of the season to refine their blocks for the entire year. So they have the first 30 days of the season to make some changes. And then after that
that's their block. So that's when then the 30 days cancellation would set in. So we're recommending that those changes be implemented moving forward. The only other change that we're recommending now outside of the facility rental, more in the recreation programming side, is in the past, it's been a 2 days cancellation for registered programs to withdraw. We're recommending that be changed to 7 days. And that recommendation is coming so that we have more time to plan, program plan and staffing for our registered programs. Obviously, if somebody comes to us for medical reasons, then we are certainly accepting those withdrawals with a medical note, doctor's note, but we are requesting that the policy be changed from 2 days to 7 days. So those are the large changes that are in the policy in front of you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Willis.
You know, I'm a big sports fan. With the ice time that was canceled, would there be a reason for that? Like, I'm wondering, do they book in anticipation of having playoff games that don't happen? Is that the situation? And I guess I'm just wondering what kind of a problem we're causing for minor hockey with this, because they are one of our biggest subscribers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you bring up an excellent question. For those who are not aware, within the cancellation policy, playoff ice is treated separately. So if when a minor hockey team or the Jets, the junior C club, goes into a playoff contract, which is what they would call it, as they're eliminated, they have a time frame that they're allowed to give us notice saying they've been eliminated and they can't cancel their ice without being penalized. So there's a separate clause within the cancellation policy that allows them to cancel their ice, taking playoffs into consideration. So this is just regular season ice. So their cancellations could be twofold. They've booked a tournament and have not advised us given us enough time, enough notice, or a team has decided they're going to do something different, or they just haven't been organized enough to provide us with the appropriate notice. Also within the cancellation policy is inclement weather. So if we do have inclement weather and there's recommendations from different organizations, whether it be the OPP, MTO, whoever it might be, saying, please stay off the roads, or we're making that recommendation as the township, then we do not charge for cancellations due to inclement weather.
Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, Deputy. I just wanted to jump in on the last part. The township, in my time with minor hockey, was very receptive of change during the season due to what was just outlined. I think sometimes the problem was that A, scheduled, and B, never told A what they were doing. So that, that should be an internal, and I agree totally with the policy that should be paid for, looked after. Just a couple of points for clarification. Is 30 business days or 30 days?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Broderick, that'd be 30 days, 30 calendar days.
Thank you. And I guess my second question, maybe just a little more logistics. So organization A wants to, has a surplus of 2 hours, whatever, within those timeframes, do they have to transfer it within a group that is registered with the township? For example, would Loyalist Minor Hockey be able to transfer to Kingston if there was somebody willing to take those 2 hours?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they could certainly transfer it to an alternative organization as long as they meet our needs with the required insurance.
Thank you.
Further questions, council, committee? We have a recommendation. Somebody would like to move it? Mr. Mayor.
Move that the report from the Community and Customer Services Department, Recreation and Facilities Division, dated June 11th, 2024, recreation cancellation and refund policy update be received, and the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council the policy changes as outlined in attachment 1 of this report.
So moved. Can I get a seconder? Councilor Buderick. Mover, any comment?
Well done.
Seconder? Anyone else? Counselor Parks?
Thank you. Just wanted to state that I think this is a great not opportunity, but a necessity, based on the fact that people are giving back ice time when there is a need for it. And if it's short notice, then it really should fall back onto the user and the club that is dealing with that matter and not the township, and the taxpayers having to foot the bill for it. So I completely support it.
With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Can I get a motion to adjourn Committee of the Whole? Counselor Willis, so moved. Seconded by Counselor Broderick. All those in favor? Motion is carried. We are adjourned.
Okay, so we'll resume the council meeting at this time. So the next item up is there any notice of motion from council this evening? Seeing none, is there any direct motion this evening to be presented? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda, and this is where matters that are deemed to be repetitive or routine in nature may be approved in one vote in accordance with the recommendation contained in each item, and any member before the motion to consider all items under the consent agenda is voted on shall identify any item they wish to speak to, and the matter shall be extracted from the consent agenda to be dealt with separately. So with that, are there any items that, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the manager of planning has an update on item 15.1, and it's not necessarily to pull the item, but just an update on the bill itself.
Okay. So I'll ask if there's any items, if it doesn't need to be pulled for the director, then I'll ask if there are any items that council wishes to withdraw this evening to be dealt on individually. Seeing none, could I get a motion, and then the director, we would ask her to come up and provide us with some information. Deputy Mayor?
I move that all items in the consent agenda dated June 11th, 2024 be approved as presented and that necessary action be taken.
And seconded by Councillor Broderick. And before we have discussion, I would ask the director to come forward and provide us with the information, or welcome.
Thank you. And through your worship, just wanted to provide an update that since after writing the report and publishing the agenda, Bill 185 has received royal assent on Friday. So the majority of the legislative changes are now in effect. The standing committee only made like a couple minor revisions to the bill as proposed in the staff report. The only one generally impacting us is in terms of appeal rights for zoning bylaws and official plans and amendments to those, in that they've added in some additional agencies that can make appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal on a council decision on those applications, as well as landowners that are that have property on that is subject to the zoning and official plan amendments are able to make appeals. So this could affect like if we're doing an official plan review or the upcoming zoning bylaw review, where there could be rezonings on lands that could impact property owners, then that could be appealed. However, any neighbors have lost all appeal rights now on those types of planning applications. And just there's no word yet on the 2024 provincial planning statement on when that's going to come into effect. And then also on Thursday, Bill 200, which is the Homeowners Protection Act, also came into effect and received royal assent. And that specifically made an amendment to a schedule in the act that affects the Heritage Act. And that being that initially all listed properties on our Heritage Register were previously through the previous Bill 23 were going to be removed off the register in January 1st, 2025, unless we designated them. But now the new legislation that's just come into effect has now given municipalities till January 1st, 2027, which is good news and allows us additional time to go through our 45 or so list of registered properties. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. So I'll follow the procedure then and go to the mover for questions or comments. Seeing none. And the seconder, I believe is Councillor Prodrick. None. Other members of council, any comments or questions on any of the items? Seeing none. Well presented. I'll call the question. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion is carried. That brings us to announcements. Are there any announcements this evening to be presented? Councillor Prodrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. As usual, the deputy mayor's eloquence precedes anything I say, but in Calgary this week, a great series of different presentations, etc. And obviously, he mentioned the water thing here. I think we're into day 6 or 7 of cutting back, etc. And I look forward to maybe some of the ideas that the deputy and I talked about, some of the presentations we think would have an impact on loyalists, and look forward to those discussions down the road.
Thank you. Any other announcements to be presented this evening? Seeing none. Confirmatory bylaw. Sorry, yes, Councillor Parks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to congratulate staff from the rec department in getting the bike stations installed along Loyalist Parkway. Hopefully there won't be any use for them. Hopefully nobody has any bicycle breakdowns, but if they do, they're in place. So that's good news.
Thank you. Any other items to bring forward? Seeing none, confirmatory bylaw. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor?
I move that bylaw 2024-67 to confirm the proceedings of Council of Loyalist Township be enacted and passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal.
So moved. And seconder, Councillor Parks. All in favor, please raise a hand. Motion is passed. And do I have a motion for adjournment? Councillor Willis, seconded by Councillor Parks. All in favor, please raise a hand. Motion is passed. We are adjourned at 8:16.